Hello. Hello, guys. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm a bit late, I know. I will tell you why. Maybe also my voice is a bit more deep, because I was trying to catch some sleep. I will tell you why in a second. I mean, nothing bad, huh? Nothing bad. Nothing bad. Okay, I'm just setting up, clicking few things, pulling some levers, pushing some buttons. Ensuring that everything is the way it should be. I think it is. We did what? We did the Twitter thingy, we did the Facebook thingy, we did the calendar. Yeah, everything should be okay. Everything should be okay. Yes. Okay, let me see if we can see each other, huh? Yes, hello. I'm a tiger. Okay. Hello and welcome. The picture of the day. The picture of the day is a mount. Perfect picture of the day. Exactly what I needed. Because I want to fix mounts a bit, but I don't know if I can, because, I mean, for sure I can. But I don't know if it would be easy, because I tried already a few times. But it's true that while I was trying that, I was also, implementing new stuff, so I was not really focused on making it smooth. I was more on making it working, right? Function. I mean, like that you could move. And actually, we have it in a way that you can move on the mounts, but it's not really that they work. Hello, Gion. Thank you for joining. I lost Tricks. Thank you for joining as well. It's always nice to have someone, to speak with while developing and showing a bit what I'm doing. So I will try to show you the problem statement. The problem statement is very easy. Our mounts move like shit. Our mounts move pretty bad. Okay, let me just explain how we do mounts. And then I can explain this later, because anyway I think is needed. I mean, it's not needed, but so the way we do mounts, right, is probably not the typical way people would do mounts. If you go in any Unreal Engine video and search for mounts, they do it in a very easy way. And I don't know if I can design. I don't know if I can draw a mount. Okay, this is our mount. It's not very nice. Anyway. Okay, so for us, the mount, right, is an APS character in the world, right? And the mount has his own stats, has his own skills, has his own inventory in theory. I mean, in theory not, but I mean, in practice no. But let's say he's a full character. Okay, the mount can do anything. I mean, in theory, could pick up object, drop objects. So he's a full PS character. That's the point, right? Now, our rider, right? Oh my god. Our rider. No. This is not working. our rider, right, this guy, which is sitting on top of the mount, right? I mean, at the moment it's not yet sitting, but just I want to keep it separate. Is also a full APS character, right? Meaning that this guy has inventory, is receiving messages, you know, is receiving chat messages, and a lot of the stuff, you know, like interaction and right clicking and speaking and whatever is going through the APS character, right? Is going through his character, right? So so the way people usually do it, you know, is that when you jump on a mount, you basically possess the mount. Okay, there is a function in Unreal Engine which is called possess, and basically allows your player controller, which is let's say that this is the player controller. Okay, allows the player controller to basically switch the pawn, right? Basically switch the controlled entity. So the player controller, instead of controlling me, right, it would control the mount, right? So the way people would normally do it, I think I need more space, but anyway, the way that people normally do it is to just say, okay, the player controller, instead of controlling me, is now controlling the mount, right? And inside the PS character of the mount, which can be a subclass of the PS character, you have the new controls. So for example, you can move forward, backward, based on whatever, you know? You can jump, and it jumps, whatever. The big issue of this problem for me is that if my player controller is pointing to the mount, everything in my game doesn't work anymore, right? Because I'm not a PS character anymore. So basically my stats, my skills, my HP, my mana, my whatever doesn't work anymore. So this line for me is not a workable line, because otherwise I will have the inventory. For example, I will have the inventory of my mount and not my inventory, right? And things like that. So so I said, okay, I cannot do this. I don't know if it was the right decision, but I said, I don't want to do this. I don't want to possess my mount. So when we mount, we do something very simple. We have a socket, right? We have a socket here. We have a socket here. We attach, so on the mount, we attach, let's say, our character, right? We attach our character to the mount geometrically, meaning that I think I do something like attach to component. I don't remember what I do, but now we will see it because I need to refresh it. But anyway, I do some attach to socket or whatever, and so my character gets attached to that. And then whenever I have a function like player input move forward, right? Whatever it is, inside this code, right? Inside this code, I just say if mount, just to simplify, okay? But to say if mount, so if I'm on a mount, right? If I'm on a mount, then don't add, you know, axis movement, whatever it's called. Don't add axis movement to me, but add it to the mount, right? If we are not on a mount, we are just adding axis movement to me, okay? So this is basically what I'm doing today, okay? This is basically what I'm doing. So, and the same for jump, right? If there is a function that is like player jump, I check if I'm on the mount. If I'm on the mount will jump and not the character, right? The character is just attached to the mount. So what this is preserving for me is preserving the pawn attached to the player controller, and so all my functions that are going through player controller are actually working properly, right? Does it make sense? Does it make sense up to here? So the result, unfortunately, the result is pretty bad. The result is pretty bad. I don't know exactly why, but the result is weird. I mean, it works, but it makes sense, okay. The result is weird. I mean, it's very unnatural movement. And I will show you what happens. It's very weird when you go backward. When you go forward, I think it's reasonable. But when you go backward, it's completely crazy. I think I should have a pet. I should have a pet horse with the main character, which is the one that I was testing with. By the way, I can tell you why I'm sleepy. I'm very sleepy. Oh my god! Yesterday night, we finished the session of roleplay, of tabletop roleplay very late. Well, very late. Let's say late. I think it was 1 a.m. or 1:30 a.m. in the morning. But then I said, okay, it's Saturday. I mean, it's Friday. Who cares? Tomorrow is Saturday. I can play, you know, a few games. And so I played a few games. I think I went to sleep at, I don't know, 3:30 or 4. Something like that. 3:30 probably. Or 4. I said, no worry, tomorrow I can sleep until 10 or 10:30 or whatever. But I forgot that this morning there were people that would come to work to do some work on the house, you know, on the side of the house with drilling machines and stuff. I completely forgot it. And so about at 8 or 7:30, I don't know, very early at 7:30 or 8, they started drilling like 3 meters or 5 meters away from me. And I immediately wake up, obviously, because the noise was insane. I mean, the noise was like a thunderstorm. I don't know. And so I wake up. I mean, obviously, it was impossible to sleep. I mean, there was no way to sleep in a range of 200 meters. So I wake up. And so basically I slept like, I think 4 hours or 3 hours and something. And they continued drilling the whole day, basically, until 1 hour ago. And yeah, and so I couldn't even, you know, say, okay, now I'm going to sleep a bit, but no, I couldn't. So I'm a bit sleepy, but, you know, it's not a problem. Hello, look at this guy. Look at this guy, how happy it is to be in a real engine, while previously it was in Crystal Space. Look at him, look at him, look at how happy it is. He's jumping like a boss, look at that. Okay, so if I summon my mount, which I hope I have, fuck, I don't have it. Okay, it's not this character. Let me try another character. I don't know which character had a mount, but maybe it was Rerarir. I think we had one character for sure with a mount. Hello, Electra. Hi. And so I'm trying to catch up. And so I'm a bit sleepy. I'm a bit sleepy. Ah, look at my local host is green. Wow, what happened? I have my Apache. I have my Apache up. Because it's green. I mean, meaning that he's reading the file that he should read. Okay, let me try with this guy. If not, I go to the database and we can check it. We can check exactly what is the... which one is the character that does the mount. Ah, you see? Rivnak. Ah, this is another problem we need to fix, though. Oh, fuck. Well, it's the same. I mean, also with this creature, is the same. I think we can use this creature. Is the same. So, as a default, the mount is following you. Now, it's following us a bit too much, I know. But, okay, so now, if I mount this guy... I think if I remember right, there was a problem of mounting on the seat or mounting on the root bone. And at the end we decided to mount on the root bone, because if I was mounting on the seat, my camera was going up and down the whole time. I don't know, but... So I'm mounting like this, even if it looks a bit stupid, because as you can see, my character doesn't move with the... But anyway, apart from that, I think at the moment I am mounted, I am attached to the root bone. There is a root bone that you don't see, right? But it's there, I tell you, it's there. I don't know if I will fall asleep. Maybe yes, maybe no. Can we fight the bugs? Sleepy and bugs, what's gonna happen? Yes, I think we can fight bugs as sleepy as possible. It's very, very possible. So there is a thing, you know, this guy has all his structure inside his body, you know, has all the skeleton, but there is kind of a common point here at the bottom, that is the root node, which is the one that basically decides the position of the mount. And at the moment we are attached, right? Our butt is hardly attached to this point. Okay, I mean, just to explain you how we are at the moment, right? Now, if I move forward, I mean, it looks kind of okay, right? And basically what happens is that my character has a input axis forward, which then goes into ALS right, into this class, ALS character, right, and which is the super class that we use for ALS. But don't worry, I mean, it's just a normal actor, so it's not a problem. Maybe not. Here, base character, yes. Get player forward movement input, right? So it goes into this class, into this method. The value is just the push, you know, how much we push forward. So let's say that is 1, and here, well, actually, what I told is not really true, but I mean, is correct in principle, but it's not exactly true, because I think we have the same on our subclass, and yes, exactly, it is. So player movement forward, right? So it's saying, are we on a mount? If on a mount, yes. If on a mount, then basically push it on the mount. If not, just do it on me, right? So that is as simple as that. And as you can see, it works. So if I go forward and I go a bit left and right, I mean, the left and right is a bit shit, but like it's not super smooth, but it's basically working. Okay? Now, this is when I move forward. And it seems to be fine, because I know I'm cheating a bit. I know when it's working, and I'm using only the piece that is working. Now, if I'm standing still and I press left or right, that is already a bit weird, because as you can see, if we see it from the top, right, when I rotate, is already doing something completely crazy. I mean, he's not rotating on the center. He's rotating, I don't know in what way. He's rotating like pivot on myself. right? I mean, keep this guy as a reference. Keep this guy as a reference. I'm just pressing A. I'm just pressing the left for a second, right? Very, very quick. I just touched it. So we went from by touching A. By touching A, I don't know why, but we went from like this position, right? We went like from this position to this position. By touching A. So it's not really, so it did an arch like that. And this is already super annoying. Now, the funny part is when you go backward. Look what happens when I go backward. I'm pressing S to go backwards. That is what happens. I'm just pressing S. I'm doing nothing else. I'm not pressing left or right. I'm just pressing backward. Apart from the fact that the camera goes completely crazy and is not smooth at all, and I don't know why, but it's like if the camera is completely GG, but probably it's because is moving, the character is moving so fast that the camera cannot really follow. But this is what happens when I press backward. So, and I don't understand, and I don't understand why. You should use mount get forward vector. I mean, his forward vector and my forward vector should be perfectly aligned because we are looking at the same, in the same direction, right? I mean, I hope so. I don't know, maybe not, but I can try to mount it. I mean, you are saying that I can try to mount it from here. So when I'm looking like this, I can try to mount him now. Okay, I mounted him now. So my initial position was exactly aligned with his position, right? But if I go backward, it does this anyway. I mean, what I think is, how it is possible that just asking him to go back and considering that we are not colliding, okay, so there is no collision between me and him. I can remove the weapon just to be sure, but there is no collision between me and him. We are not colliding with each other. But it looks like a collision of some kind. I don't know, it looks like this thing is going completely crazy. While when I go forward, I mean, it's still bad because the camera, I don't know if it's the camera that is crazy or is, but... So do you have any suggestions on how to fix this? Because basically what happens is that we get a player forward movement with value negative, right? So this is what happened. I can print it on screen. With value negative instead of positive, and then if we have a mount, we are doing this rider mount backward forward, right? Get actor forward vector. I'm getting my forward vector, I think. Yes, I think that is my forward vector. Maybe it is the mistake, I don't know. I'm getting my forward vector, I'm passing it to this guy. And this one is just a server function. So I should have it, whatever, somewhere here. Yes, there is the implementation. Simple version, right? Simple version. War direction, rider, which is me, Get actor forward vector, which by the way I already added here, but anyway. It's exactly the same. In fact, I'm not even using it, but this one is basically the same. And then I'm just taking the mount, so the actor, and I'm saying go back, right? And I'm saying please go back, but it's not doing it. Should I get the mount forward vector? I can try to get the mount forward vector and see what happens. I mean, I can. We can play with this and see what happens, but it is really shit. It's really shit. I don't know why. I don't know why. Okay, let me recompile this. Yeah, by the way, unfortunately the mount, I didn't do it with rep notify, so that's bad, I know. Because at the moment, if you are on a mount and someone joins after, it will not see you on a mount. But that's a simpler problem I can... Also try right vector on the other function. Right vector. I think I have right vector on the other function. You see the rider input mount right left is using right vector instead of... Ah, you mean to do the same? Okay. Yeah, I can definitely do the same. So I can have rider direction and mount direction. And I can use the forward vector of the mount instead of... Now, when I'm rotating, I have this divide by 6. And I'm saying that I divide by 6 because it gives a good rate when walking, meaning that when you go forward and you at the same time rotate left or right, it seems that the mount is moving decently. But when you are in place, so basically when your speed is 0, maybe we should do a check. If the current velocity is 0, then we should reduce this value. Yeah, probably. But that's another problem. Okay. Goes to a BP to manage the rotation. Receive add amount rotation. Why it goes to a BP? This is kind of strange, huh? Receive add mount rotation. I think because probably this was part of the ALS implementation. Yeah, it's an implementable event. I think I don't know, we can check what it's doing. But for now, we'll be already good to be able to go forward and backward properly without rotation. Just forward and back. Just forward and back. Okay, I think it recompiled, right? Yes. So we can try again. Easy try again. Easy. Maybe that's why rotation give issue. Yeah, it could be because ALS, because that character is also an ALS character, and I mean, I could exclude it. I mean, I could say I could avoid. I mean, I could avoid going to blueprints, you know, when we are on a mount. Rider input to mount. So I could just. You know, but I think if we are not a human, this probably does nothing. I think, right? Because our mount is not really using the skeleton of ALS, so I think that this one is probably doing nothing. But I can comment it out maybe in another test. For now, let's test just the change to the mount direction instead of the... But it's super annoying because mounts are fun, you know? But if your beast is not really listening to you and is running around like crazy, It's not very good. It's not good at all. Where is my pet? Yeah, I know it doesn't look like this, but it's okay. Hello. You see, it spawned exactly, you know, with the same forward vector. So I can just click on him, and I mount it, right? And now I will try to go back. Look. Even the sound go crazy. Even the sound. You hear the sound? Hear the sound, huh? It's like floosh, 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 floosh. Because the camera is following me, and the camera, I don't know, even the camera goes crazy. I have no idea, boys. To me, also when I rotate, it looks like is colliding with something. I don't know, but it obviously is not. But obviously is not colliding with anything. But it you know, the feeling on my hands, right? The feeling on my hands is that when it's going straight, no issue. It feels pretty normal. But when I rotate, it's rotating. But you see that it's rotating weird. I mean, really weird. Yeah, it's rotating weird because the pivot is not the center of the character. The pivot is probably where I'm sitting. But also that, why? I mean, why? If I'm rotating the but anyway, the rotation I don't care at the moment. I just want this guy to go backward properly. I hope Ullarino doesn't have this problem. Ullarino is the same. I can go to Ullarino and he's going crazy as well. Where is Ullarino? Ullarino is there. Wait. It should be there. But it's super small. I think Ullarino is super small for whatever reason. I don't know why. This guy continues to follow me. Stop following me, you. Stop. Don't follow me anymore, okay? Thank you. Ullarino became super small because I think I did a test. I did a test for scale. So see? Or he's small or I'm super big. One of the two. But I can still ride him, you know? Look. I can still do this. I can still do this. He's trying his best, but obviously I'm very heavy. When I go back, look, when I go back it's going crazy anyway. This is me going back. So the thing that I was thinking, Gion, I don't know if it makes sense, but the only thing that I'm thinking is the following. My camera position is not in the middle of the character. My camera position is slightly to the right, I think. Is slightly to the right compared to, so I'm on the shoulder, you see? I'm on the shoulder of the character. Now, what it looks like to me is that when I'm trying to go backward, instead of using myself as a pivot, is using like a mix between my camera and myself. But maybe it doesn't make any sense. Maybe that's not the case. I don't know. I don't know, but it's very strange. Anyway, Ullarino can push me easy. I'm just gonna go. Nah. You see what happens when you, because you cannot really rotate the way you want to rotate. That should affect forward too. Yeah, exactly. I don't know, it's so strange. This effect is so strange. You know what I wanted to try? I wanted to try to give the same input, but without being attached. So without being on the mount. Right? So basically, if I remove the attachment to myself, if I just remove the line where I attach myself to the mount, so we will basically stand on the side, but we still move him. I would like to see what the hell happens. Jump is working. I mean, it's jumping a bit stupidly, but it's jumping. Right? Jumping is jumping. I mean, it's not the best, but... I can try to avoid the... Wait, where do I do the mount thingy? I think there is something that is called like add rider or something. Remove rider relationship. Yes, there is remove rider relationship and add rider relationship, right? No, I think there was. Remove rider relationship. Yeah, for sure there is a rider relationship. Add rider relationship. So, you know what we can do? We can, for a second, because this is all the code. This is all the code that I do when I'm attaching, right? And maybe there is something wrong here, but so I'm getting the riding location component, right? So which is this thing, which is a sub object by name, which is the riding location, which is a component on the mount. Then I go snap to target, keep world. And I attach the rider to the component. Then I disable the movement for the rider, so the rider cannot really move. Right? Set component tick enable false, set is replicated false, set movement mode flying. So I set myself as flying, because if I don't do that, I think my character starts to move weird. I also set the collision to no collision in general, so my character is not colliding anymore. And then I send the rider animation. Now, if you want to do a test, 1 second. You know, I could do this. I could avoid attaching myself to the mount. I could avoid. Attaching myself to the mount. So we just return through here, so we do nothing. And I want to see if when I move backward, my character goes crazy or not. You have an idea? Hello, Marcellum. Because at the end, I'm not doing much, you know. I'm just doing this piece just to attach myself. And here I remember I did 1 million tests. So all this, you know, all this commented out was... for example, this one, get attached to component. This version works, but the sockets get scaled 100 times on the drifter. I also had this problem. Yes. This was another problem. That for whatever reason our drifter model is scaled 100 times, right? So he has a scale on 100 on his route, and the problem is that if I attach myself to the socket, I become scaled 100 times, and so I couldn't use this technique. I couldn't unless we redo the monster, which is pretty bad. To me, that one is an Unreal Engine bug, by the way, because it doesn't make any sense that the socket is scaling me 100 times. If the monster is not... I mean, the monster looks good. I think I have an idea. Go to the mount class default, the detail panel. Something like about rotation, you know, follow rotation of camera, whatever. All those things? Yeah, it could be. Effect, camera, controller rotation, Y rotation. Yeah, I remember there are a number of settings there. Let me just test this and we see what we get, and then I will do the... And then we will try to modify how the mount reacts, okay? I mean, I don't need the mounts to be perfect, but I need the mounts to not to look silly. Like they look now. Right? No, fuck, sorry. I connected with the wrong character. I have to connect with Rarir. Use the control rotation stuff. Yeah. Yeah, maybe he's trying to match the camera. Maybe the model is trying to match the camera is trying to match to catch the model, and then is messing up. Yeah, that's possible, because it feels like that. It feels like there is something between the camera and the model. No. Rare. I was doing the same mistake again. Because I clicked on that character so many times. It is like automatic for me now. Okay, so when I click on ride now, you know, nothing happens, but now my movement should go to his movement. Oh, no, it doesn't. Ah, fuck me. Okay, I know why. Sorry, I know why. Because I need at least this line. If I don't do at least this line, obviously he will not know that we have a mount, and so he will not redirect the player input. Right. This music of Risk of Rain is so nice. It sounds a bit like Pink Floyd, I don't know. It sounds a bit like Pink Floyd to me. Okay, so we did it. We did it again. So I would just need to connect with the right character and see if use the control rotation stuff as in 180 minus 180 issue. I don't know, but add player input, add axis movement should do it, no? I mean, it's designed like that. I'm not doing anything special, but okay, let me do this test and then we go to that one, eh? Pet, summon pet, close, right click. Okay, so forward, it goes forward. Backward, backward. Yeah. You see what he did? He tried to, instead of going backward, he's facing backward. So I think it's exactly what you say on the, you see? I'm just going backward. I'm not doing anything else. I'm just pressing. So I think he's trying to face the direction he's moving. He's trying to face the direction he's moving. What the? Why is doing this? Probably because he's trying to face the camera position. So if I go this way... Oh. What? I cannot move. It's going in directions. It's going in direction I cannot... You see how it looks like he's blocked by something. In this direction is smooth, look. In this direction is very smooth, right? Back and forward is very smooth. Left and right is super stupid. Is the divide by 6 or is the additional rotation? Okay, let's try to go with the idea of removing the fact that the character is trying to face the camera position, because probably is that, probably is that. I think we are on a good track, Gion. Plus, I think if he's a mount, I should not do the additional rotation thingy. The one of ALS. I think I should remove the while the editor is starting, right? I think I should do something like if mount. We don't do this. I know, but we are already on the mount, so in theory we enter into this only if we have a mount. I think I want to remove this line later on, because I don't know what it's doing, and I don't think it's doing anything good.
Hesitation leads to defeat.
Exactly. We are not hesitating a second. What we wanted to do? Yes, we wanted to go on the blueprint under NPC, and if we take that particular monster, which is the drifter, where is he? Here. Yeah, so the reason why I cannot attach him to the socket properly is because this guy, if I look at his skeleton, has a 100% a 100 scale, right? And so it doesn't work, but that's another problem. So you're saying if I go to the character movement and I search rotation, whatever, there is this one, use controller desired rotation. Use controller desired rotation. If true, smoothly rotate the character toward the controller desired rotation. Using rotation rate as the rate of rotation change. And then orient rotation to movement. Yeah, I think the one that is fucking us up is this one. Orient rotation to movement. Let me remove this. Let me remove the orient rotation to movement and see if it's already better. Do we want to put back all the code or not? Because I think the test that I did was a good test, to, you know, not to really be on top of him, but okay, let's execute the code normally. Just with this change that we did on orienting the rotation. Let me recompile. Recompile. I'm still a bit sleepy, but it's better. I think it's better. We are recompiling, so waiting the recompilation to finish. I mean, if it's only that, it would be nice, but I don't know. I don't know if it's only that. I have no idea. Maybe you shouldn't undo those changes in the CPP. Okay, we can do it in 2 steps. And now I did it, but I can remove it. Just to be sure that the character is moving back and forward, right? But in theory, you know, I'm just attached to him. So I'm like a weapon, I don't know, or I'm like a, you know, I'm like his seat. I mean, I'm just attached to him, but there is no relation between me and him. Well, my camera is attached to me, so yeah. The camera may mess up a bit. I will try also, if it doesn't work this way, I will also try again by removing the code that is attaching me to him. Come on, server. You can do it. It's one map. I know it's a very big map. I know it's a very, very big map. But you can do it. Yeah, just to see what happens when you back. I'm hoping it works already, but probably I'm too hopeful. But my idea is that now it should work already, but maybe not. Maybe not. Okay, I'm trying to go backward, boys. No way. Okay. Let's try without the extra code. Because going backward, because also our character works like this, right? Our character basically, when is always facing the camera. He's always facing the camera. He's not going backward because he's going backward. I mean, he's always facing the camera. But I mean, it would be okay to me, right? It would be okay to me if we go backward and we face the camera. It's okay. The important, the only point is that you should not go crazy. I mean, he can do it whatever he wants, facing the camera, not facing the camera. Just, I don't want him to go crazy. I think there is like a conflict between me, I mean, between my camera and his camera, or my camera and his movement. And he's trying to rotate, and I am trying to rotate as well, right? Like his two characters, one attached to the other, and maybe one is pushing the other. Yeah, that's very possible. That is why testing the movement without being attached, I think, is a good idea, because it gives us the pure movement of the mount. By the way, let me see if you see it smooth or not. No, you don't see it smooth unless I do the max 30 FPS, huh? If I do the max 30, then you see it smoother. Yes, you see it smoother. Okay. Okay, so I'm mounting, but in reality I'm not. Why he stops sometimes? What is doing? I think this one is the divided by 6. But you see that sometimes he's stopping some. I think there is a client server fuck up. I think I'm doing something on the client in one way and I'm doing something on the server in another way, because the way he moves left and right is like there is an opposing force. It doesn't let him go in that direction the proper way. I mean, it can be the divide by 6, because actually here it doesn't have the problem. Here so basically, back and forward looks good. Okay, let me try to do a few things, because I think we need first to have him move normally. And then after we have him move normally, we can start to have us on top of him, right? I think we should go in steps, because otherwise... let me remove this line. And also let me remove the divide by 6, right? Let me remove the divide by 6. So the way it is now, right, is pure normal input to that creature. Right? Without any divide by 6, without any crazy thing. Why it still rotates to movement? No, I was pressing left and right myself, huh? What do you mean by rotate? Hello, Lucy. Hi. Welcome. We are trying to fix mounts, because there have been a lot of complaints on mounts, and I know. I mean, I understand. I mean, if you are a player, you go in the game, you summon your beloved Coochie Coochie Boochie Boochie mount, and you see him going completely crazy like that. You know, you will say, what the hell? Why did I give him for dinner last night? What happened to him, right? I don't know. I don't know. Okay, so we summon... Let me just do the max FPS so that you see it normally. Okay, so now I want him to move forward, backward, right, left. Yeah, without the divide by 6 is a bit better, I would say. So I can move decently. Seems the divide by 6 is not helping. I mean, it's still moving a bit weird to me, but... Meaning it's not really fully smooth. I don't know what to say, but it's... Bah, maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe it's just me now getting conditioned by the fact that it's broken, but... I mean, by himself it works, right? Hey, Drifterillo, come here. But you see that anyway, you know, anyway, sometimes there is some delay. Even if it's on my machine, sometimes I see him like not getting the input the way it should. Like now here at this level, he did a kind of a stop, right? He stopped for a second. Again, he did it again here. But only sometimes. But that can be just a network issue. I don't know. But it's my machine, so I don't know. That can be just like a lag of the input and the packets or something. I'm not too concerned. You know, if I could move on him like this, I think it's good enough. If I could move on him, like, you see that he stopped there? Wait, I will just try to go in circle continuously, okay? In the same, if I can, I will try to do it in the same way. Now I don't have a controller, so it's not that easy. But you will see that sometimes he's like slowing down. I don't know why, but not that we care too much, but yeah, like there, when I was rotating, he slowed down for a second. But okay, let's say that by himself, he's moving reasonably fine. The problem is that I cannot go backward, right? Backward means backward now. Like now I'm pressing S and it's going that direction. I don't know why, but because yeah, the rotation now is not anymore compared to the camera, but the rotation is just absolute, right? So when I press S, it's always going this way. I'm pressing S, I'm pressing S, I'm pressing S, I'm pressing S. You see, it always goes that direction no matter what, because we removed from the blueprint the use rotation of whatever, right? I can put it back. What is going on in the mounts animation blueprint? Actually very little, because this mount is not an ALS character. I mean, it is derived from ALS character, but I basically added everywhere in the code. If the main animation instance is null, don't do anything. Yeah, exactly. I feel a bit like that cat at the moment. Like we are going forward, but also backward a bit. Okay, do we want to try to disable the other one? Use controller desired rotation. Orient rotation to movement. I mean, orient rotation to movement to me is good. We can try to remove this one. Use controller desired rotation. Right? Because the second one, I think we need it because our game works that way. So at the moment, so the character is facing the direction of the speed. The character faces the velocity. Remove them both. No, both. Because we want the character to face the direction is going, right? I don't know, we can try one at a time and see. And now I remove the controller rotation. And then we can try with both. Okay, so now... Now... if I go forward and I go backward, is identical to before. So even if my camera is looking whatever is looking, I mean, didn't make the change that we did now didn't make any difference. Didn't absolutely make any difference. I can jump. I can also jump. But if I press S at the moment, it's always going this direction. Even if my camera is rotating a different way, S is going that direction and forward is going this direction. Which is very bad. So I think the problem is the interaction with my camera, which is... I don't know. You want me to remove both of them? But I think like this, you know, it kind of works. It's just when I'm on top of him that it goes completely crazy. Because at the moment it's not moving bad. I mean, there is a bit of delay and I don't know why. But I mean, it's not a crazy amount of delay. I think the point is that, you know, I think we need to change those settings while we have my code in, because I think we need to change these settings while we have my code in, otherwise we do nothing. I mean, we don't... We don't really do anything. Do you add movement on client or server? What I do, I press the input, and the input obviously is on the client, right? Then the input is calling my PS character player forward movement input, which is still on the client, I assume, right? But then here I'm calling rider input movement forward backward, which is a server side implementation, right? You see, so it's server and unreliable. I mean, I think it must be unreliable because it's movement, right? And this is probably why we are getting those crazy movements sometimes. But and so I'm calling then this function, which is a server function, and this server function, you know, is then called on the mount, and is called by this, you see, underscore implementation. And so server side on the mount, I'm adding movement input. This is what I'm doing. You shouldn't call RPC like that. Why? I mean, isn't that the standard way? I don't know if there is another way. Wow. Okay, let me recompile. I mean, the movement should be server side, no? The add movement input. I don't know. I don't know if the add movement input normally is on the client side, but I think it's on the server side. Also because that creature is not me. So I don't think I can really... I mean, I'm not owning that creature, and with the authority idea, I can move myself from the client, but I cannot move him from the client. That will make packet drops. Yeah, it looks we have some packet drops. Yes. So how should I call it instead? I mean, if there is another way, I'm happy to call it another way, but... So at the moment we are attached again to him, right? And we tried our forward vector and his forward vector, right? And the result, unfortunately, it was the same. Now what I want to try to click on the different options in the movement controller of that guy and see if it makes a difference. It didn't look like it was making any difference though. Okay. Okay, so now we are again attached to him with the code we are using. So if I go backward, yeah, it goes crazy. You see, if I go forward and I rotate left or right, is okay. Apart from the divide by 6, which now is not anymore in place, right? So it is rotating very quick. So the rotate by 6, the divide by 6 was allowing the rotation to be slightly smoother, but going backward is still doing this. And rotating in place is still rotating too quick. But I don't know, we can try to disable from the editor, but it seems it does nothing. I mean, it's not really... I don't even know what to debug, you know? I mean, I can print out variables. It should be client side. You mean the add movement input should be client side? But I don't think I can do it on another creature that is not me. I don't know, I can try. I mean, having a client side is not very hard. I just do it in the same function, you know, instead of calling the server side. So that is easy to test. Orient rotation to movement. Let's try to remove both, but I don't think it will make any difference, but let's see. And then I can do the test of putting in only client side. But I think if I did it server side, there is probably a reason. I think it was not allowing me to. Because again, I think I don't own that character. That character is not me. And the server is saying, sorry, you cannot move it from the client, right? And all of that is resolved if you possess him. But as I explained at the beginning, I cannot really possess the creature. In theory, if he's owned by your controller, but he's not owned by my controller. I'm just attached to a socket. Understand? So is what I explained at the beginning. We are just attached to a socket, but we are not switching the player controller to him. The player controller is still attached to us. Because I cannot change the pawn. Right? And that's probleminos. Probleminos! Okay, so now we have what? Now we disable the other thingy. It's going crazy exactly the same way. It seems that those two settings are doing nothing. You know what? Probably because this guy doesn't have a controller. I mean, his controller is actually an AI controller. You see, he's saying PS AI controller drifter. So this guy anyway has an AI controller on him, right? Because my controller is attached to me, and his controller, which is an AI, is attached to him. And the only thing that I'm doing, I'm pushing him in a certain direction, fictionally. So in theory, I think that his controller is not even moving, or anyway, it's not... I don't know, his controller is doing nothing at the moment. It's not aware of the fact that we are moving him left and right. But I can try to have the input only on the client side. Let's try that. Let's just do the back and forward, right? So we have this. So this is client side. This is still client side, and this is going server side. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna remove this line, right? And instead of going server side, I'm just going to do this. right? So I'm just going to add the direction of the mount, right? And I'm adding movement input in mount direction for that particular value, okay? And it is only back and forth, okay? So now we are trying to push. I think it will not work, but now we are trying to push from the client that creature. Mount set owner my controller and mount enable input my controller. But from the client, I cannot do it. Well, I can do it when I... Okay, I understand. I can do it on the server when I enable the rider relationship. Rider relationship. So when we attach, here is where we attach, right? We do all this mess. So you are saying do also, yes, this is server side, I think. Yeah, server side for sure. Or not. This is a good question, huh? Yeah, entity manager exists only server side. So it must be server side, because entity manager is one of the managers of our game and it exists only server side. So if we are inside this function, we are server side. You want to do what? Mount set owner. Mount set owner. Rider. Okay. And mount enable input. Enable input. No, but I think this second line, if we do it, is a bit of a mess, because now we are doing it twice. No? Let me pause 1 second on this second line, because this one, I think then we are doing it twice, because I'm already... I mean, if this works, I was not aware of this function. But if this function really does what it needs to do, this function is very, very nice, because it's exactly what I need. Instead of doing my if mount, then redirect the input to the mount, right? If this is really doing what it should do, which I have no idea, but this could save me some calls. Nice documentation, by the way. Become view target. Wow. There is a lot of weird stuff here. Yeah? Very nice. Let me pause 1 second on the second one, okay? And just let me see if we can client side after the set owner actually move the creature. Set owner controller. Okay. It seems it doesn't like the... I mean, it didn't give an error. It succeeded. No, set owner is taking an actor though. It's not taking a controller. I don't know, maybe it works both ways. I don't know, it works both ways. I mean, he accepts the controller or he accepts the pawn, but fine. Okay, so now what is the difference? Now the difference is that we are pushing the forward and backward only client side after the set owner, okay? Yeah, maybe it gets the owner anyway. Yes, could be. Because as a parameter, it's not saying controller, it's saying actor. A actor, I mean generic A actor. So anything. Can even be a chair. Can even be a table. Can even be a table, boys. By the way, hello to everyone that joined. Thank you for joining the stream. If you have any questions on the game or on Unreal or whatever, you can ask. Okay, so max FPS 30, yes, and summon my pet, which I know it looks different than this guy. I'm aware of that. So we ride and then we move forward and backward. Exactly 0 effect. Left and right is still working, but backward and forward, I'm pressing it, it's not moving. Let me see if we get an error or something. No, we don't get any error. I mean, like, it's completely ignoring our... I need food, I need food. Someone is needing food. I think this guy needs food. I think this guy is in need of food, for whatever reason. I don't know if I can give him food, though. I can try. Can you eat that? No. I don't remember what I defined as food. A poison bottle. No, it doesn't care about my items. In theory, if you put food in front of him, he should eat it, but okay. So that is not working. So let me try to do it with the what was it? With enable input. But if we do enable input, I think we will double do it. But let's see. I don't know. Maybe I don't understand if this enable input is only allowing the input or if it's really already redirecting, you know, the input of one controller to that creature. But we will see in a second. We will see in a second, boys. Very, 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 very soon. Okay. This mount problem has been there since a few months now. So if we can solve it somehow. I can also think to the other solution, you know, to really possess. Because in theory I could do the opposite, right? I could possess the creature and then try to redirect all my other functions to the rider. But I think that's a harder step. Should be allowing to receive input. Okay. I mean, we can try. Okay, trying to move forward, backward, 0. Like absolute 0. Enable input can only be specified on a pawn for its controller. Gion. For one time, for one time I was correct. For one time I was correct. No, I cannot do it. Oh, fuck. I know, it was set owner. There was... Enable input can only be specified on a pawn for its controller. No, it's the other one. Fuck. On a pawn for its controller. Because my controller is... the creature still has an AI. The creature still has an AI as a controller. So you see, if I try to move client side, if I try to move him client side, nothing is happening. If I try to move in server side, so the way that I was doing before, it is working. Okay, maybe we get some delay or something, but it is working. Do you want to try like this and see if it does something? But I mean, it's very clear. The message is very clear. The message is, hey man, you are not his controller, and so you cannot do that. The simple solution is to add the mount mesh to your character and call it a day. I mean, attaching the opposite way. I think I thought about that as well, but it was another issue. I don't remember now, but no, wait. So you're saying instead of attaching... Well, no, it's the same. What do you mean? It's the same. Instead of attaching me to him, attach him to me. But it's the same. It makes no difference. Because this is just a socket attached. So if it's one way or the other way, I don't think it makes any difference. And I cannot really just add a mesh, because that character is not a mesh. That character is a full character. So consider it a vehicle, okay? If this was a vehicle, right? If this was a vehicle with wheels, right? I have the same problem as any you know, as any vehicle game. Imagine that it is a car. There is a car with wheels, but he has his own properties, his own speed, his own blueprint, his own thingy, everything. So it looks like you mount, but you have the same PS character, no movement code needed. No, I understand what you mean. I understand what you mean, but I mean, our creature, right? Our creature has code for moving, right? Let me show you the horse, for example. So the horse, now we are using this creature, but we may use the horse. The horse, you know, he can lean forward the neck. He can lean left and right his neck based on the rotation amount. So all of that is in his blueprint, right? So if I just make him a mesh and I attach to my character, we will lose all of that functionality, right? So look at this guy. Look at this beautiful horse, right? So this guy has calculate lean amount. He can decide his speed based on whatever. This one was a test I did. I think there was a test to move to have the input access here. He has his animation blueprint. Yes, he has his animation blueprint. So Yeah, but this stuff like calculate lean forward, I have it on the... Okay, maybe I can move it on the animation blueprint, you're saying? On replicate forward speed, you know? We have some stuff here, I don't know, but it's replicating the speed to the clients. So... But, you know, I mean, if we go back to the original problem, it basically works. It's just that it works bad, but it works. I mean, it's not that we cannot, you know, it's not that we cannot, we cannot control a pawn movement of if we are not its controller, and as we don't possess, we are not. Okay, I'm just keeping a note on these two lines. So what I want to say is that my code will not be the best, right? But basically is working. I mean, the mount is moving, right? Works bad and kills network bandwidth with RPC. But isn't the character movement component doing the same? I mean, character movement component will anyway have to do an RPC and do this, no? Or you think is worst? I mean, doing it manually is worst. I don't know what is the solution. It's not the same, okay. It's not the same. So you are saying to do what? To do what? To attach a mesh. To attach a mesh. So add rider relationship. So in this function is when I'm attaching. You are saying instead of so I should destroy, no, I should make the mount invisible or what? Because the mount exists, he's an animal in the world. He's an animal in the world, so I can make the mount invisible temporarily, but or destroy it and spawn a new one, you know, when you are which is just a mesh. I mean, can be okay. But I don't understand what I need to do. Do I need to spawn a static mesh? No, do I? What do I need to spawn? I need to spawn a static mesh or what?
Everything will be fine. Don't worry.
Because I need my animal to animate anyway. I don't know if everything will be fine. I'm starting to get worried. I'm starting to get worried we will never have the mounts the proper way. So this NPC, let's take this guy, which is a bit simpler, okay? It doesn't have the lean, it doesn't have all the stuff, it's just simpler character. So this guy, right, which is flying, is pointing to a skeletal mesh, right? Fine. So I can obviously spawn a skeletal mesh in the game. but if he's not an actor, I don't even know how to spawn it. I need to put it inside an actor to spawn it, right? I cannot spawn. It's the same thing that I do with items. When you drop an item into the world, right? What I'm doing when I drop an item. When I drop an item into the world, drop item.
You will be assimilated. Resistance is futile.
I don't remember. I mean, I think I generate it. I think I spawn it. It should be here somewhere, but I don't see it. Blah, blah, blah. Create a 3D object. Ah, okay, see. Move item to world. Okay, this move item to world is then creating the item, yes. And create item is doing what? Is creating a PS item actor. But it's anyway spawning the actor into the world. It's doing the same thing. So it will still be an actor. You mean add a static mesh like a component? I mean, like, I understand. So part of the same PS character. Part of the same PS character. So basically here, where I have this mesh, I will have another mesh, right? So there will be another skeletal mesh. This is a good idea, I think. This, I think, is a good idea. I see it working. Somehow. The only problem is the movement mode. Because so there are a number of issues, but I think is one possible way. The number of issues are what we do with the movement mode, right? Because the movement mode is set to flying when I am on a mount. I don't know what will happen. So I think the issue I have in my mind at the moment are the movement mode, which I don't understand if it will be flying or not. Probably not, but I don't know, because I don't know how my character will react. The second is ALS. I think ALS will go completely crazy, right? Because I will have my character, which is trying to find the IK on his feet, you know? He will try to find the IK on his feet. And he will not find them. I mean, he will not be on the ground, so I think he may go pretty crazy. And the third thing is what I do with the existing mount actor, right? Because we have a mount actor in the world, which is the creature, which actually exists, you know, and has been spawned, and he has all his characteristics, you know, like he has a certain amount of food, he has an inventory, He may have, you know, no, I don't think. I don't think this solution is working long term. I don't think that solution is working long term. I don't know because, well, or maybe it is, but I need to do so much work because my real character. Again, the creature is a real character. Is a real character. This guy is the real character. He even have an AI, you know, so he may even think. He may decide to go another direction, right? While you are riding him, he may have needed to eat, and so he may stop, or you know, all that logic is inside my actor. Because he is a PS character. If I attach a simple mesh to represent him, right? I don't know. I think this problem is a tough problem. I don't know if I will solve it, boys. I don't know if I will solve it. I don't know if I will solve it, boys. Unreal. I searched this thing a million times, so I would be interested to know how they do vehicles, right? Because in reality, my problem is just like a vehicle problem, right? Like, you have an actor, which is your car, and you have your character, which is your character, and they both have all the full characteristic of a PS car of an actor, right? And I think it's exactly the same. I'm attempting to make a vehicle that the player can customize by adding multiple blueprints to it, different locations, different functionality. The player finds the main piece of a vehicle, start attaching pieces to it. The way this works is that the piece placed attached to the attached actor node, keeping word location, blah 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 blah. It works fine, but when I add the attachment to the vehicle without moving it, I can go up 100 of them without any sort of lag of FPS. This guy has another problem though. No one answered. GG. GG, no one answered. Attaching a player to a skeletal mesh socket, a vehicle. I'm looking for an easy way to attach a player to a socket. It was created on a separate skeletal mesh model, blah 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 blah. Is the goal to carry around the player? If so, then changing player 0 physics to physics interpolation may help. You can use similar player. GG! As Frankie said, setting player physics. I have no idea, boys. I mean, I just would like to know why my solution... I mean, why in my solution the freaking mount rotates instead of moving backward? That I would like to know, you know? Why in my solution, which may not be the best, but anyway, it kind of works for going forward, why doesn't work for going backward? That is what really makes me mad. I mean, why my solution works only forward and not backward? Why? I mean, it's only a matter of movement. I mean, it's not like anything, you know, special, right? I'm thinking, boys. I'm thinking deeply. I'm deeply thinking. So what we have seen is that the creature can move okay by itself with my input. There is a bit of lag, okay. There is a bit of lag, but the creature can move fine, right? Back and forth, left and right. So the problem happens when, right, I'm trying to attach my character to him. Even if it works, your fix gonna flood the server with RPC. But I don't know. I mean, okay, but is the RPC really so much more, you know, heavy than the movement component? I mean, the movement component is doing the same. Maybe it's not wrapped into an RPC, but you know, I mean, anyway, it needs to send every few milliseconds or whatever it is, you know, my input. So here's, you know, here's my keyboard. That is my keyboard, and I'm pressing a key, and when I press a key, it's sending continuously, you know, to the movement component that input, and that continuously is anyway replicated server side and then replicated to all the clients, you know, continuously. So I understand it's not an RPC maybe, so maybe they did it a bit more lower level, but at the end, you know, it's still, I mean, this information still needs to go to the network with the same speed, you know, with the same quantity. So yeah, I understand it may be slightly worse, but there is a buffer and a prediction. Yeah, probably yes, but no, but you know what is my problem? My problem is that but anyway, sorry, wait a second. Anyway, you know, anyway, I understand the thing. So at the moment we have my client. Wait, let's do it here. We have my client, okay, which is pressing a button, right? My client which is pressing a button, okay. At the moment we are going, oops. At the moment, when we press the button, we go. Okay, we go with an RPC, fine, and this could be bad, but anyway, we go with an RPC, you know, server side, and we apply add movement input, right? So the problem is this RPC, which with a normal movement will not be applied. I understand that, okay? I understand that. But at the end, what I'm saying is that we are just applying movement input. So why that is not working? Because even if I get rid of the RPC somehow, you know, and by the way, I can modify anything in Unreal Engine, right? So if I want to search that error, right, and just let him go anyway, you know, the error that we saw before, which was this one, right? We have the full sources, so I can just go here and skip this check. You know, I can just change the Unreal Engine whatever, and I can say, you know, if it's me, allow me to do it anyway, right? I can change. I changed already a few things. We already have some patches, you know, that we need to apply every time we recompile. So, because I think you were not here, Gion, a few minutes ago, because you went be right back. But my problem is that this character is a full character, right? He has an AI. He may think. He may stop. He may finish his food. He may have no energy. He may be attacked. He may suffer damage. He may sleep. He may go crazy. He may be frozen by a spell. He may, you know, he cannot be a mesh. He is a fully functional character. He is a fully functional character. If I substitute him with a mesh, nothing will work. Nothing. None of the use cases that I just said will work, right? Unless I do something like I hide the character. I mean, I make the character invisible, and so there will basically be two horses, right? Or two mounts in the world. One is the real character, which is hidden. But anyway, we'll have to follow exactly my mesh. And when there is an area of effect spell, it will need to be attached. It will need to, you know. Then there is problem of visibility, and I think it's impossible. I don't see that as a long-term solution. I don't see that as a long-term solution. I think they will just constrain us so much, and basically the mount will not be usable. I mean, it will not be expandable in the future. I need a solution that works with the real character. I need a solution that works with a real character. What is... Yeah, my main issue is possess, exactly. I can do it the other way, right? So I can possess. But one thing that I don't understand, if I possess, let's assume for a second that we go with the possess solution. If I possess, what happens to my character? Because then I have the same problem but reversed, right? Because also my character can be attacked, can be freezed, can finish his food, can finish his HP. So, I mean, I still need my character to be, you know, my character is receiving chat messages. My character is receiving, you know, we have a million things in PS character. Magic and combat. We are receiving health of other people. We are sending our health to other people. We have perceptions. We have, I don't know, weather and music. I don't know what is this, but anyway. So my character has stuff in it. And, I mean, I don't know. I think I can test with the possess and see, yeah, it's like, I mean, what we need a possess without losing our pawn, right? Because, for example, while I am on a mount, I can equip a different weapon. Okay, so I'm on a mount, and I decide to change my sword, right? That should be possible, right? That should be possible. I cannot prevent people from doing that. Also because they may use the weapon while on the mount. So I need my character also in terms of inventory to be fully functional. And inventory is going through player controller, and player controller is checking who is the character, right? If now the character is the mount, he will try to keep the stuff on the mount. I mean, it's a freaking mess. This mount, I mean, it seems to be a simple problem, but is super complex because actually those are two completely separate entities, right? I think the only issue is that Unreal Engine doesn't allow you to control the mount movement if it's not yours. Can I say that it's really mine? I mean, how do I say to the engine server side that that mount is me? I mean, it's mine. I mean, I can do whatever I want with it. That this character owns that mount completely. Because the set owner, we tried the set owner, right? We said, oh, we said, oh, we are the owner of this thing. But then what happened? We said, oh, I am the owner, right? And I said, I want to have my input. But he said, let me put the error there. He said, enable input can only be specified on a pawn for its controller. The only thing might make it work with a simple project that is too complex with your project to... Yeah. That could be an idea. I can create a new project. And I can test it. Enable input, there is no issue. But enable input is saying this. He's saying that can only be specified on a pawn. So, or I disable this check, you know, I can search it, but I mean, I can search it entire solution and we go there and we disable it. So you can enable input. The problem is that then maybe people could cheat, you know, and move NPC and move NPC by their client, which would be fun, but probably not what we want, right? What do you mean? What do you mean it's not an issue? Because I think it is an issue, no? It is an issue because it is an issue. So let me think to the different options that we have, okay? Do I have a mission mounts? I have a deja vu. Maybe I did this slide already. I did this thing already. Mount. Let me see if I have a mount. Oh my god, we have a million things on mounts. Test on a separate project the possessed node. Test on a separate project mount and mount for same character. Add running location. Add default interaction. Enable mount character type. Add jump. Fix the player position. Fix the direction is taken into account. Yeah, you see this X is like it's not working. Manage different speed or footstep sound. So all of this is stuff that we did. But I want to see the horse running on all client. I want to replicate the speed variable and animation blue to all client assign animation parameter. Create a variable speed. Create a speed of an MVP. Rep notify. Create a variable speed in an MVP. I don't know. Here I think it was something different actually. I want to see the horse jumping on all clients. Rider press space jump. Jump press the action. Call serve NPC jump. Yeah, that is the way we do it at the moment. I mean, the jump I think is not a problem because it's kind of a single action, right? So the jump I think can stay as it is. The jump works. No, but what I was going to say is, let me try to save this guy as mount replication. A real mission mount replication 2. Okay. So what solutions we have and what problems we have. Okay. So let's start with the solution that we have now in place. Okay, the solution that we have now in place, we have two fully functional actors, okay, being the mount and the rider, right? And what we are doing, we are using this. We are basically using, oops. We are basically using this. So we are attaching the rider to the riding location. Okay, so this is what we are doing. And then what we are doing as well is that when we have the add player input, whatever. Oh my god, so many functions. Let me search player input 1 second, maybe I will find it. Fuck. Fuck. Bro, where was that? Ah! I mean, it must be in PS character, no? Or in ALS character. No, must be in PS character. It was not called player input. Fuck it. Okay, let's search rider input. Okay, it's called rider input. Okay, rider input. It's called player forward movement. Okay, so then basically in player forward movement, right? So inside this function, what we do, we just do something like if mount, then call a server function, right? So we do like if mount, mount, we call the server function, so call server and do, I'm just simplifying just to explain the solution, right? And we do add movement input, okay? I cannot paste, the paste of paint is, it doesn't have the text only option, so. Yeah, so that is the solution we are using now. So two fully functional actors, rider and mount. We attach the rider to the riding location, and then we call player forward movement input on client, right? Which is then checking if we are on a mount, and if we are on a mount, is calling the server and doing okay. So the cons of this solution are the RPC calls, and I understand that. I'm not ignoring it. I'm just saying that it is the one that is kind of working at the moment, right? So we have our RPC calls. Now, another solution. There is one solution, right? Now, another solution is the possess. Okay. So the possess is actually allowing us. So the possess is basically connecting our player controller to the mount pawn, right? So this is what it's doing. So my player controller is actually disconnected from my pawn. So I lose control. So I gain control. I gain control of the mount for movement, but I lose control, but I lose the connection with my character, with the rider, right? With the rider from the player controller perspective. So the player controller is no more connected to the rider. Now, I can still keep a pointer somewhere. I mean, I can still keep, you know, the rider. I can still keep the rider connected. I mean available, not connected but available. And so I can redirect. The only problem, you know, is are all the functions in the code, there are a million, really a million, that say, oh, we are on plane shift player controller, and we need to go to the pawn, right? And so we do something like, yes, get controlled pawn, right? So every time we use this get controlled pawn in the well, there are not a million. Like here, for example, there are like 5 or 6, but it is only the blueprint side that we should check on the C++ side. On the C++ side, I guess there are a million, because all our player controller, you know, the way it's made, if I check my player controller, right? So all these functions, which, okay, are kind of accessory function, but they are all the one of the, like request compendium data, for example, whatever, right? Is doing get pawn, right? So this get pawn will now return the mount, will not return anymore the character. Now I can create a new function, right, which is not called get pawn, but it's called get PS pawn or something like that, get plane shift pawn, which is checking if you have a mount, and if you have a mount, is redirecting, you know, is redirecting you to the actual character. I mean, that's possible. That's possible, but for sure we have this problem, right? For sure we have the so the cons are all the get pawn calls will break, right? And so we need to, or we create a new get PS pawn, which is actually checking for mount and redirecting to our rider, right? This could be a way. Is this the only thing that I need to do, or is there more? Because if this is the only thing I need to do, I think it's still, I mean, it's kind of doable. Can you build a redirect your character into the mount? Yes, I think I can. I mean, it's 1 million places, but okay, 1 million places, we can still substitute them all, right? Basically, I will never use again get pawn. I will create my own function, and my own function will be called get ps pawn, and it will just do the check. If is a mount, if this character is a mount, redirect to the rider, right? From the player controller. Now, where I need to do it, I need to do it basically in this class, mostly, right? In plane shift, player controller base. Every time there is this get pawn, I can do a mass substitute. There are a million here. Basically every line, you see, every line has one, nearly. So all these ones, but we can just substitute it, and it will get the right pawn, right? It will get the right pawn. What other problem we will have? Let's say that we solve this one like this. Okay, let's assume for a second that this is solved. So if this is solved, what other issue I'm having? ALS will break, so the movement system will break because my character is not walking anymore. But do we set the movement mode on the pawn or on the player controller? No, we set the movement mode on the character movement of the pawn, right? So we can still, I think we could still do the I think all this stuff we can still do it. Because all this stuff is on the pawn, right? I mean, in theory we can try, right? We can try without all the redirect and fuck. Please. I mean, at the end, possessing the mount is anyway one line, right? So this one will actually possess the mount. And obviously now everything will break, right? Because if we do that, I mean, all the vitals, all the HP, mana, all the chat, all the messages, all the right clicks, everything will be broken, right? Completely broken. But we can see what happens, right? We can see what happens. I mean, I was excluding the possess by default because I really thought it was a bad idea. Yeah, Gion, okay, you're back. Now, I was saying that we can try the possess, okay? and I'm trying to understand what is the drawback, the cons of the possess, right? I think that the biggest cons of the possess is all the calls to get pawn, right? Or get controlled pawn or whatever. All these calls will break, all of them, because they will point to the mount, right? After the possess. But if I substitute, you know, with my own function that I call get PS pawn, where PS is plane shift, and this one is just checking if you have a mount, and if you have a mount, is just redirecting, you know, to the rider, then I think is okay. I mean, then I think we fix this problem, right? We fix this problem. I don't know which other cons I have though, because like the advanced locomotion, is the advanced locomotion going to go crazy or no? Because we just play the ride animation and we set the character to flying and everything will be nice. Probably yes. I don't think the ALS. I don't think the ALS is an issue per se. Maybe the possess is the way, maybe, but again, I need two functional characters, two fully functional characters. I need them. I cannot have a mesh. A mesh will not. I think a mesh will not work. Yeah, there will be a lot of redirection and I mean, a lot of changes I need to do, but you know, I've been keeping my code pretty consistent. So like in one class, which is plane shift player controller, I basically have nearly everything, right? So all the calls are here. So if in this file I change get pawn to get PS pawn, I mean 90% of the job is done, right? And then there are the blueprints. And the blueprints, the blueprints can be annoying because there is a lot. I think there are a lot of get control pawn. There are a lot, for sure. Until the time that two people would like to go on the same horse. Oh my god. If two people want to go on the same horse, it's GG. If two people... if two people want to go on the same horse, boys. No, okay, but in that case I will not manage. But in theory only one will drive, so only one will drive, right? So the second would just remains an attached, yeah, and his player controller is still attached to himself. No, I think that the two people on the horse should not be a problem. Hello, Raoni. Two people on the horse will die. Depend how big they are. If they are too cran, probably yes. You need a very strong horse. This mount problem, boys, is I mean, I knew when I started working on mounts, I knew that this would become a problem. Fuck, I logged in with the wrong guy. What do you mean lag from YouTube? Really improved? You mean while looking at the game, or? We can make input movement client side. That should be the ultimate solution. Input movement for an NPC that is AI controlled. I don't think Unreal allows you to. The problem is always the same, that yes, in theory you can give the input to the beast, but Unreal Engine doesn't allow you to, right? Because if the beast as a player is an AI controller, then there is no client input. Electra. I think in that case the mount will have the control Electra. Okay, so now we are, as soon as I right click, we are going to possess this guy. Okay, the first thing that happens is that my camera is completely fucked, but that could be because this character does not have a camera. That's very possible. But let's try to move. Unfortunately, I cannot do anything. I mean, I cannot really move the camera away, so we will have to live with this for now. If I go forward, it goes forward. If I go backward, it goes backward. Well, that's very nice. Okay, so actually with Possess, apart from the camera problem, which obviously got very confused, but as you can see with Possess, the movement is smooth enough. Right now we don't see it. Well, we could see it from another client. That's probably a good idea. You can see what happens from another client. Movement is super smooth as is client side. I mean, we still need to be replicated to all the other players, so. Jumping, I have no idea. Yeah, jumping works as well, but the problem is that now if someone writes in the chat to you, you will not receive the message anymore, right? Because everything is disconnected. But maybe we can fix that, right? Like, for example, if this guy is trying to add you to a group, in reality now he will try to add to the group the drifter and not you, because at the moment you are the drifter. Where is that guy? Where is that guy? Is that the temple? He should be next to the temple. Oh, it's there. I don't even see the character anymore, though. I only see the mount. Yeah, the mount is actually here. Here I'm on the other client, okay? Here we are the player number 2. The mount is actually here, but the character is still there when he actually mounts the creature. But I think that's fine. It's just because I didn't attach him, you know, I didn't attach him to the socket, and I didn't play the right animation and everything else. Now, it's a bit weird that in our first client we still see, no, we don't see it. We see it the same way. We see our character there standing still. Okay, so it's the same. In terms of smoothness of movement, it's definitely so much better. As you can see on this side, right? As you can see on this side, when I move on the other side, the movement is so much better. I mean, Possess is doing what he should do, right? Possess is doing what he should do. I mean, the rotation is still a bit fucked up, I have to say, right? The rotation Yeah, I don't know why the rotation is so weird. I think because maybe my character is not centered or whatever. Maybe this character is slightly offset because it looks so weird. It looks good only... It looks good only when he's moving forward, but... What the fuck, I don't see him anymore. Ah, because he's there. I mean, the movement is okay. He's a bit, you know, blocky when he goes left and right, but that is the same issue we had previously. That is exactly the same issue. Jumping is fine, I can jump. But now, for example, right, if I say, if I go on this guy and I right click and I trade, let's say trade, you see, nothing happens. You don't receive the trade, and maybe the server will even crash, right? Because the trade is now pointing to the creature and is not pointing to the character. And so everything is broken. But we can, I think with a get PS pawn maybe is a solution. I don't know. Even if I access my inventory now, I don't even know what will... Yeah, the server crashed, by the way. The server crashed. The server crashed. Let me see how it crashed, because it's interesting to know how it crashed. There is the adventure that of yesterday. I mean, a piece of the adventure of yesterday. Let me see what kind of crash we had. Yeah, send question. Yeah, the send question tried to reach out for my character, but in reality, he found the mount, right? He found the mount, and so this receive exchange request is crashing, and but yeah, also because this player controller base, yes, this one is probably trying to call it on the blueprint of the PS character, and that one doesn't have it or something. But anyway, it's broken, right? I mean, we can do a test with the PS get PS pawn. We can do a test. Let me just check one thing, if I have more stuff to check in or not. I want to see if I'm starting from a kind of a clean yeah, we're starting pretty much from a clean code base, so we can do the test that we want. We can do the test that we want. I mean, creating the get PS pawn is not a big problem. Is an easy problem. The camera, yeah, another thing is the camera, but the camera I think is easy to fix, right? So I don't know if when you are using possess, I think that when he's using possess, probably the camera is going to be... Okay, let's try to expand this a bit. Just what happens, just to see what happens with ALS. Okay, just want to see that. So now we did only this. We did only possess, set mount, and nothing else. Let me try to do a bit more. So we actually attach our character. Right, we disable the movement, we set the mount, we send the animation. By the way, this one should be done with a rep notify, I know. Okay, let's try to do this. Let's try to do the wall thing. Not just the... So actually the character will look on top of the... will look on top of the creature. If you cannot find the camera, we create a default one. Yeah, I think I can put a camera just for... I mean, the more I'm thinking to get PS Pawn, and the more I feel is the right way. But I cannot really envision in my mind, you know, all the possible side effects. Because now our code base is pretty big. For example, another problem that I see is, okay, I do the redirect, right? I do the redirect, but what happens when I am attacked? When I am attacked, so when we receive an attack, oh my god, this is so complex to think about. When we receive an attack, or when someone right clicks on us, right? When someone right clicks on us, well, the good part of this though, the right click, is that if he right clicks on the mount, yeah, but the two capsule will overlap, so I think we'll never be able to click on me. We'll always click on the mount because the capsule of the mount is bigger. But I think it's okay. I think it's okay. So if he really wants to interact with me, I think I have to dismount, and then he will be able to click me. Otherwise, he will click the creature. But I think that's kind of okay. Receiving an attack, capsule of creature may be bigger than mine. In this case, need to dismount to get clicked. But I don't see a lot of trouble on the click. I see more trouble on the attack. Because basically you will become unkillable. You will become unkillable because if the capsule, because at the moment we are dealing damage based on a line trace that goes to the capsule. So again, if the capsule of mount is bigger, we have a problem, right? You will not be targetable somehow, right? So it would be important. Now you can say you kill the creature first, and then you kill the. So it is like PvP. There is like PvP. Now PvE, I think we can cheat because PvE. I think PvE is cheating already, or not. PvE, I mean, if a monster attacks you... If a monster attacks you... how does attack work on all PS on a mount? I have no idea. I don't remember, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe Electra knows. I mean, if someone is trying to attack you while you are on a mount, what happens in the old game? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe we found a solution already in the old game for this problem, right? I think if you are on a mount, in the old game, if you are on a mount, I think in the old game the mount is a mesh. So I think the old game has your solution, Gian. I'm pretty sure. And you know why? Because in the old game we are allowing only mounting of pets, I think. And your pet, I think, gets attached as a mesh on the client side. But you know what is the difference? I never accepted a fight. Okay. You know what is the difference? Is that in the old game, the client side is pure client side. Pure. So he has nothing. He has no logic, no anything. So it's pure visualization. So actually, in the old game, the actors, the actual actors, exist only server side. On the client side is for sure only a mesh. So we have no issue at all. There is not this problem of authority, you know, player input, who owns what. I mean, all of that doesn't exist in the old game. In the old game, we just attach a mesh and we move, and that's it. Okay, I recompiled, right? Let me just add a camera maybe so we get a better view. Because I don't think at the moment that creature has a camera. Because in theory all PS characters are getting camera created dynamically. But yeah. I have to think to my dinner. Why there is always this useless thing as eating? It makes you waste time. But still, who get damage? Who get damage when you on a mount? Yeah, that we can check. I don't know. We can go there in the old game and do a test. I think you get damage because in the old game the mounts did not have a lot like now in Unreal. So I think that the mount probably doesn't even have HP. I mean, it does. I think it does, but it's not even considered, right? What happened here? Why this part is missing? What happened? What happened, boys? Why this is not connected? Did I left it like this? I think I left it half done. Really? I didn't save the player controller. That's possible. I don't know. Yeah, I think the mount is ignored at the moment in the old game. And we can do the same. 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 I mean, we can, for now, we can do the same. Again, we are not making, you know, Assassin's Creed 7, right? So we are making, you know, we are making plane shift, so it's fine. I mean, I don't need to have, you know, all the possibilities, you know, the mount, maybe in the future, but for now, we can ignore the mount, right? We can ignore it. I think we can ignore it. But I don't want to have a solution. So we can ignore it now, but I don't want to have a solution that then is preventing me to expand in the future, right? If I have an area of effect spell, right, like a fireball that is doing damage in an area, I would like the creature to be the creature, right? And if the creature dies, maybe in the future we will do something. So that is why I feel pretty strong on keeping the 2 characters. I feel strong on that. I think we should keep it. We should keep 2 characters, really. Yeah, you see that this guy doesn't have a camera. We can add a camera, why not? It's always nice to have a camera. And I have no idea if Unreal is automatically using, you know, the default cam. I mean, if he has to be named somehow. Why is it called camera 1? Probably because camera 0 exists already. Yeah, it doesn't allow me to. Yeah, because we have a camera parameter. We have a camera parameter on the father class, right? And we have a camera parameter on the father class, which is character BP, and character BP as, I'm pretty sure if I go under components or whatever, he has a camera, right? This one camera. So we have a camera already. Should we in the begin play of this character move the camera to a valid position, maybe? Get camera doesn't do anything though, which is strange. I can set the camera, but I cannot get the camera. What? What do you mean? Is it because it's not visible from outside? Because this one is not clicked as visible? Maybe. But I was expecting that a subclass would automatically see it, but maybe it was not a good assumption. Why I cannot get that variable? Why I cannot get that variable, boys? Let me try to save it. But I compiled, so in theory. I don't know. If I click here, it does. If I do this, it doesn't. That's super strange. Okay. We can do set position or set location or set whatever. Set world location. No, set relative location. In the begin play, we can set the relative location to be, I don't know, half a meter up, so like 50 centimeter up and 20 centimeter to the right, maybe 1 meter up. Let's say 1 meter up and 20 to the right, which I guess is the X. Is the X? No, it's the Y.
You expect me to believe that? Nah, I don't think so.
No, I don't expect you to believe that. No. I don't expect you to believe that thing, you know. I mean, is but maybe it will work, you know. Teleport. I mean, teleport maybe is better, eh? Okay, let's try like this. Na, na. By the way, if you have other voices of video games that you think I should include in the list, I see that Fannar is a fan of the voices. Fannar, if you have other voices from other video games that you think I should add, let me know and I can try to find them and add them, right? So we enter as guest. The password for guest is guest, by the way. Just in case. Guest. But only on my local database. Not in production, I'm sorry. If mount ignore and only when you solve it, you can still do if in mount also damage mount. Yes. Yes, if he's a full character, you know, we can still do stuff because we have his HP, we have everything, so we can. And the mount is moving with the character, so I think. But I think it's a good problem, right? It's a good problem to solve. I think it's a very good problem to solve. I think Unreal Engine solved it with the Possess. I mean, they provided this capability for a reason, right? And I understand that. I'm aware of that. This character is missing. Transparency. But anyway.
Clap.
Well done. Nothing is happening when I right click, which is a bit weird. Nothing is happening. Why? Server crashed or what? I think the server is gonna crash. Because it's not doing it. Yeah, server crashed. Server crashed, huh? So the full thing didn't work. Let me see why. We don't know. There is no crash. Wow, there is no crash. Because he still had to print it out. Okay. We crashed on receive writing animation. Yes, because now the pawn is not the pawn. Yeah, we are crashing because now, you know, okay, let's just remove that line, that one line of receive writing animation. Yes, because this one is going through the controller and is doing a get pawn for sure, and then is not finding this in the creature. So it's a bit weird that it really crashes, but I think it's probably crashing. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of strange that it's crashing though. Find function. No, because get PS controller is null. Get PS controller is null now. The rider doesn't have a controller anymore. Right? The rider doesn't have a controller anymore, so we cannot go through this anymore. Oh fuck, that's another problem though. Holy moly. So when we are in possess... So when we are in possess, not only the get pawn will break, but also the get PS controller will break when called on the rider, right? So rider get PS control will break. So any function where we are going from the pawn to the controller will break. You like those voices? Yeah, I think those are fun. I want to add more, but I don't know which ones, because I also want those voices to be of games that I actually know and like, right? So, and I spent a lot of time actually in that. I really spent a lot of time because I had to basically find the original. I had to find the original WAV files, you know, and listen to all of them and find the right one. So it took me so much. I mean, we can have Mario speak, but I think I checked Mario's speech, and Mario's speech is so simple. I mean, he's not really saying much. He's only saying like, yay! And I mean, he's saying yay, yay in 3 million different ways. So it's not really saying anything meaningful. Nathan Drake, Uncharted, we could see if he has any voice that is interesting. Final Fantasy. Mass Effect. Maybe. Joker, maybe Joker from Batman has some nice ones. This is a very good idea. But I need to get it from the game, though. I don't want to get it from the movies in any way. I want to get it from the game. I want all those voices to be video game voices. Halo I tried, but there was nothing interesting. GLaDOS we have already. GLaDOS is insane. GLaDOS is super good. The problem to finding those voices is that you have to like you really need to find if someone, you know, has uploaded a VOD with all the voices of the game. And sometimes they do, sometimes they don't.
People trained to be ruthless, trained to purge every trace of inferiority from myself until I was nothing but the best. So don't let me down, or I'll purge you the same way.
For example, this one can be maybe one that I can analyze and see.
This is justice.
For example, by I don't know. It's some work to do that, but I would like to add more voices because it's a long time I'm not adding more voices. Maybe PS Unreal will have voice lines. We have already. The Witcher 3. The Witcher I can check. I think I checked it though. But I can check it. I will keep a note and I will check it. Okay. So the problem we have is that Not only all the calls, right, from controller to get pawn will fail, but obviously also the opposite. So the ones from pawn to controller will fail. Now these ones are pretty much, as I said, in one file plus blueprints. These ones can be... Yeah, but this one I can just... I already have the function. What I'm saying. I already have the function, which is get PS controller. So whenever we use get PS controller, I can just say if mount, then, you know, because this get PS controller is already our own custom function, right? So it's fairly simple. So we can say if mount, because here we are inside a PS character, right? So if we are on a mount, right? If we are on a mount, then the PS controller is attached to the mount. So if we are on a mount, we just return our mount and then get PS controller, right? If not, we return PS controller, right? So that, I mean, that's easy. That's super easy. Thanks to the fact that I already created a function. I think this could be like a best practice probably for every game that you create, you know. So, I mean, I always suggest people to create your own functions for get controller and get pawn, because you can have some logic there based on how your pawn is gonna change or die or be transformed, or, you know. Let me see if we with that one change we are not crashing anymore on the ride, because this is already, you know, a part of the solution, maybe, right? The problem is that it's everywhere in the code. I mean, it's so much. I mean, it's so everywhere in the code. But I think I started to use get PS controller frequently. I mean, lately I used it more because it was just for me an easy way to do this cast, right? And I didn't want to have cast everywhere in the code, and so I just said, why not create a function? So I cast it to my controller automatically. I didn't want to see this cast in the code, right? So that's the only reason why I did it. You should have the same PS controller when you possess. Yes, it's the same PS controller, but you can find it only through the mount. Because, as you have seen, my rider is crashing because he has no controller anymore. I think the controller is attached to one guy or to the other guy. I mean, to the mount or to the rider. I don't think it can be attached to both, right? So I think we are crashing for that reason. Let me just check 1 second my dinner. Because it starts to be late. And we start to be hungry. And probably we're gonna eat. Okay, I think I have an easy dinner tonight because I have a soup, a very nice one. And it's easy to cook. You just heat it up and it's done, right? Okay, this one succeeded. Let me just see if we don't crash now. I think I can change all the get pawn, Gion. I think I can go this solution. I don't know if I will encounter more problems, but for now seems to be the easiest. We still need to see if it doesn't give the same problem though when my character is attached, and we will see it now. Are you sure that you can have a valid mount when you are not mounted? No. The mount is assigned only when you mount. That mount means mounted, not just having a mount like you are like is next to you. That mount really means that you are on top of it. So I set mount equal to the mount only when we ride, and I clear it when we clear it when we dismount. Okay. Right click. It seems that the seems that the camera didn't work, and also it looks like I can go out of the view. It seems also that the rider relation didn't. I commented it out or what? No, I commented it out, boys. Maybe I did. No, I didn't. Yeah, there can be a get pawn on the blueprint side, and so we are trying to set it probably on the mount. I think that the animation, but you know, the good thing is, apart from the animation, okay, the animation is broken, but fine. It seems that the movement with my character on top, and my character is on top and is following, we can see it from another. The camera didn't work for some reason, but okay. I will try to test the client-side input on a mount to see if the theory can be true. Okay, I mean, if you have the time, thank you. That would be very nice. If there is a better way, you think it's better than the possess, or you are saying that solution can save me, you know, all the work of doing the conversion? I mean, do you do it because it's a good is a better solution, or do you do it because it really only saves the work, right? Or maybe for both. I don't know. Okay, so this one we can close. So let me see when we call that function. But I think we have, you know, a receive writing animation, and probably we'll do get pawn. Yeah, you see, this is the problem we are having at the moment, right? That we have a get player pawn, which we then need to cast to PS character. Now, if we create a function, can even be a blueprint function, which is just taking the player pawn, which, by the way, this one I really don't like. It should be get controlled pawn, but anyway, it's the same. Is it the same? Yeah, exactly, right? So we should change now the setting of the animation fails because this is actually going to the creature. Yes, I understand. What do you think of some voice being used from Final Fantasy X or some type of Final Fantasy game? For points being redeemed. Yes, I think I can keep a little. I will check. Maybe not now, but I will do it because I really like the voices as well. But we need more, you know. I think I will check Batman, because I think Batman could have some nice voices, right? And he's also a very popular character, and he's also a video game. I mean, he's not primarily a video game character, unfortunately. And that I don't like too much. I would like them to be, you know, primarily video game characters. But then I will check The Witcher. Final Fantasy I didn't play it. Final Fantasy I didn't play, so I would like to have games that actually relate to me somehow. I mean, I can play Final Fantasy, but I never played it. So they will not make a lot of sense to me, you know. I mean, I will not feel them the same way I feel all the other sounds that we have now, right? I will not have the same connection, the same mental connection. Like when I hear Trevor with the clap clap, I mean, it's so funny. I mean, because I played him, you know, I remember him, and you know, I remember all the adventures done with this character, and so it's fun. It's funny. The voice line of the tiger? I don't know. Maybe you can, but there is already me here to do it. I mean, there's already me. But okay, let's try to create this and see. Do we want to have it as a blueprint util, or do we want to have it as a node? Do we want to have it as a blueprint util? Do we want to have it as a node? I think if I do it as a blueprint utils, you know, will be better because I can use it in both sides of the code. I can use it for you know, so we will have a U function blueprint callable, and it will be the only problem is that I will have to say all the time. No, that's shit. Sorry, no. This is a super bad idea. No. Wait. It cannot. It must not be here. It must not be here. It must be in player controller, right? My PC is complaining about something. I think it's complaining that you have too much stuff open. Right. My PC is like, please, close something. Okay. I close something. No, I think it is as simple as on player controller we do a get PS pawn, and that's it. On PS controller. Right? We do, I don't know where, maybe at the beginning. Maybe the first one, really. At the beginning we do oh fuck, we have it already. We have it already, boys. We have it already. I just never used it, probably. But we have it already. Okay, so at least we are consistent with our thinking, you know? We have it already. So here what we can do the same thing. So if we are on a mount, then the pawn we want to return from... No, wait a second. Wait a second. If this is a mount... No, what? If the rider is on a mount, then the pawn we want to return from the controller is actually the rider. Yes. So the check I need to do, I need to check if the mount has a rider, right? Do we have a rider variable on the mount or not? Meaning I can do get pawn, right? I can do this. I'm confused now. What I need to do? I'm confused. I am confused. So, I need to get the player, right? I need to get the player. But at this point we don't know if this player is a mount or is a rider, right? So we can say creature. And then we can say if the creature actually has a rider, right? Do we have a get rider or something? No, we don't. Do we set the rider on the mount or we only set the mount on the rider? Because if we don't set the mount on the rider, that's a problem because I will never be able to detect it. We need a clip from you to some voice lines. Yeah, we have it already. But I don't think that we can detect the rider at the moment. But we can do it. We can do it. It's easy. It's easy. I can on my entity manager, you know, the same way when we do set mount. Let me see if we do it the opposite way. But when we do set mount, we can set the double reference, you know, the direction in both directions. IntelliSense 2022. Yeah, much better. I can have a rider on the mount, right? So I could have set mount new mount, and then I can have mount set rider. Oops. Set rider this. No, set rider. What? Yes, this, right? This function I don't have, but I can have it so that we have a double thingy. Then I will just have to be sure that we clear it when we, right? That we clear it both sides, but I think it could be okay. Why this thing is replicated? Why we are replicating the mount variable to the client? No idea. I don't want to change it now, but I don't understand. I don't know, maybe it was a test, but I don't understand why. Okay, so we have our rider thingy. And now we should just be sure that we are initializing it somehow. Right, so that we are doing all the things that we should do, otherwise it will like fuck up so much. Goodbye, Electra. Need to go. Good night. Good night to you. Bye bye. Bye bye. Thanks for joining in. Okay, just want to be sure that I clear it up properly and that I initialize it properly, okay? Because I think that this stuff, if we don't initialize it, is prone to do a mess, okay? I know it because it happened to me already. So I want to be sure that we are. It's really replicated. The mount is really replicated. I mean, why we why we replicate the mount to the client? I'm using it in Blueprint. I don't know, I'm using it in animation. I don't know. Remove rider relationship. But anyway, it's here, right? Remove rider relationship is where we remove. Yeah, we set the mount to null, and then we should set the mount to what? So we should set the rider to null on the mount, and we should set the mount to null on the rider. What? I don't know what I said, but whatever I said, I mean this. I don't know what I said. If it was the right one or not. But anyway, they said like this, we have a reference also to the rider. And that in theory is set to null. The only thing that I don't like is that this variable is actually not initialized. And that looks very strange to me. So when we are initializing PS character, right? Why we don't set those variables to 0? Why we don't set here the mount to null and we set, because we have to, right? I mean, we don't, but we should. I don't know why we... Right? I don't know. Can I just add it here? I never understood the difference between null and null pointer. One day you will explain me. Everyone is saying to use null pointer now, but... Okay, let's learn it now. It has been lingering too much in my mind. Null versus null point. I think I read this already, but I forgot it. I know in C++ 0 or null was replaced by null pointer. I'm just curious what exact reason. What is scenario is beneficial? Okay, null pointer as type, standard null pointer T, is implicitly convertible to any pointer type. Is implicitly convertible to any pointer type. Okay. While the other is just an int, I guess. Does it match standard null pointer or pointer type in overload instruction, but not other types such as an int? 0 could cause ambiguity in overloaded function resolution. Improve support for library building by improving the way we use it to write less ambiguous code. Improve support for generic programming by making it easy to express both integer 0 and reporting unambiguously. I mean, I don't have a problem. I can just do replace all, you know. If it's the same case and whatever, go. 64. Only in this document. GG! Okay. I don't know, I have to substitute it everywhere in the code, I guess, but let's start with this one, which is a big one, PS character, and we see if everything breaks. If everything breaks, then maybe we roll back. Okay, so now that we set the rider and we set the mount, and we set whatever, we should go back to what we were doing, which was add rider relation. No, was not this, because this one we did already, because we do it in set mount, yes. And no, wait. What I was doing, yes, I was changing the call in PS character. No. In PS controller, yes, which was get PS something, get PS character, get PS character. is in the H file. Okay, it's here. So if creature rider, now you see, now we have the rider. So if creature rider, then we return the rider. Otherwise, we return the creature. I don't know if this will always be true, but sorry, if creature rider, we return creature rider. I mean, I don't know if this will always be true, but let's say that in our case is the safest option. Now, considering that this is now blueprint callable, attention, attention. Attention, warning, 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 warning. This one will break on the client side unless we replicate rider, eh? This, because if we call this from a blueprint on the client side and we do get PS character, right? This line will always be null. This will always be null unless we replicate rider also on the client. Right? Now, the best way in theory would be to do it always on the server. I mean, to have this call mostly on the server. But I definitely imagine a million ways that it could be on the client. Well, actually I can assume that the one is null if I'm doing it on the client, and I can avoid replicating. If I avoid replicating by purpose, let's say that we say, no, fuck it, I'm not gonna replicate. So when I call this function on the client, it will always be the creature. It will always be ourselves, right? This means that on the client I can never have functions which are working between mount and rider, but I think it's okay. I think it's okay. I think we can avoid replicating it by purpose. It must be null. Oh fuck, should it be a weak pointer? Now that we know how weak pointers and smart pointers work, if the creature dies, I mean, if the creature get destroyed or the rider get destroyed, this pointer will fuck up. This pointer will fuck up, huh? Okay, one problem at a time. One problem at a time. I think we will have to change it to weak reference, boys. I think we will have to change it to a but fine. But is it a U property? No, it's not a U property. I mean, the mount is, because I decided to replicate it. I don't know why. But the rider at the moment is not. The rider at the moment is not. Riders of the Storm. Who is writing email to me all the time? One failed. What do you mean by one failed? Undefined use of time. Oh my god, you are so annoying. You are so annoying. Undefined use of type. Come on, but I mean, why? I mean, how can you be so close-minded, really? How can you be so close-minded? What? Okay. You can make it a U property, we'll handle for you. Okay. Does he have any overhead? I don't know. Making stuff U property is always a bit... I mean, if I can keep it simple, but... You think it's a good idea? I mean, I can. I don't know why it's replicated, though. I don't make... this one I would not make it replicated. I don't want it replicated. Blueprint read and write? No, blueprint read only. I don't think I want to do anything with this thing on the blueprints. For now. Well, I don't know, maybe. Fatal error. Compiler limit reached. Memory finished. Bro, memory finished, you go to performance and you check. I have 10 gigabytes of memory available. Wow, look at all the CPU, how they are working. They are really doing a good job here. Just empty U property, okay. Like, well, at least the category, come on.
No pressure, no mistakes. Stay calm.
Stay calm and execute the plan. Build the plan, execute the plan, Michael. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do this mission, Michael. Easy. What? Rider cannot be defined. Rider cannot be defined in rider input mount to back for forward is already defined in scope class blah 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 blah. Fuck you. Okay. No, but he's right. I mean, what he's saying is correct. What he's saying is correct. I mean, we should not define, you know, a name which is already a variable. Okay. Which is already a variable, right? Okay, we are progressing in this test. I mean, this is a test, but I think it could be the solution, boys. I mean, it is a test, but we have a problem of the camera. Seems that the camera, we cannot fix it, but I hope that we will be able to. I mean, I'm not expecting the camera to be... What the... What? He just refused to build without any error. He said no. What the? Error. Property as a category set but not exposed to the editor or blue. Okay. Okay, it doesn't like that. If you have a category, you cannot... Okay. Because he's saying, oh... If he doesn't have a... If he has a category, I need to show it on the editor, but considering I didn't put the blueprint, he doesn't know where to show it. I mean, they are conflicting input. I understand. He's always right, by the way. This compiler is always right. Why? Why I cannot be right one time? I want to be right one time myself. Okay. That's fine. Okay, so now what we did, now we set, you know, the we set the relationship, you know, both sides. So we set the relationship between rider and mount, and between mount and rider, right? And also we created, well, we expanded the function for get PS controller and for get PS pawn or get PS character. And those are now checking if the mount... Okay, compiler limit. And we are checking if the mount is there, and if it's there, we are actually pointing to the character, right? Which, by the way, was the original idea, but then I said, fuck it, it's too complex, I have to change too much code, I cannot do this, and so I decided not to do it. I decided not to do it. I need to heat up my dinner, or I will never eat. I will never have dinner if I don't heat it up. Come on. I will eat it in the oven, I think. I mean, actually, the best would be to heat it up in the. The best would be to heat it up in a pot, but it requires more effort and more time, and I don't think I want to do it. So we just eat it in the oven. Just wait there. Okay, so now what do we want to see? What we want to see is that when we are riding the creature, the animation is properly played, right? If the animation is properly played, means that we managed to do from PS controller to... Ah, fuck, I didn't call get PS controller. No, I did. We are calling PS controller, right? In entity manager. Yeah, get PS controller. Okay, perfect. So if this happens... Wow, look at my character, how beautiful it is. Yeah, there is the initialization of ALS that doesn't happen all the time. I don't know why. There is another problem for another day. Bling! Hello, joined. Hello, Sam Chestan. Do you like to play chess? Why I cannot close this window? Okay. So we are here and we are trying to mount this creature. Okay, didn't work at all. Why? I mean, I can move, but it didn't. Fuck. It didn't work, boys. Look, no controller, you see? Clearos character C0, no controller, it says. Maybe it's too small for you to see, but it's saying no controller, which is okay. I mean, it means that it's working, you know, the way probably we want it to work. You see, no controller. So my character is not controlled anymore, which is good anyway, is what we want. Now, did the server crash? No, it didn't crash yet, but still it didn't play the animation. Okay, why didn't play the animation? Why didn't play the animation? There are a million problems here, because you see all these warnings. These are all warnings on the client, where our blueprints are trying to access the player controller ref, and the player controller ref on the mount is obviously not set, right? Now, it's not too much of an issue, because what we can do... I mean, we know how to fix it. It's just a matter that I have to change it everywhere, right? That's the problem. But in theory, if I go in my editor now and I change, do you have an ARM component? No, I don't have an ARM component. Do I have an ARM component? Yes, I have an ARM component. I think that the position is based on the character. Yeah, I think that is. Yes, the camera is positioned at a certain height based on the character race or whatever, so that you are looking higher or lower based on the race. Yes, probably there is some positioning going on. Yes. I think so. Pretty much. Okay, let me see that call, because at least one call I want it to work. Okay, so that we test if the theory is correct. Okay, the one that is failing is this one, right? But now we have our new get PS character, which by the way is even cleaner because you don't have to do all this cast and this shit, you know. It's just a very clean function like this. And then I need to mistakes were made. Well, because this one is returning a PS character, here we want a PS character blueprint. I mean, obviously is a PS character blueprint, so I can do this, but this means that it will not look nicer. It will look worse because now I will have to do this unless we just put a PS character BP cast in our function. What do you think is the best? I mean, should we transform this one to be get PS character blueprint? I mean, the blueprint is, but depends because not all, well, yes, all, yeah. All our character anyway are generated through blueprints. I mean, there is no character that is generated as a standalone actor, not going through this, including mounts, right? Including mounts. So actually, I think I can change that call to be. I mean, I can change this function to return PS character blueprint, right? Or I can even have two. One which is PS character. You cannot cast 2BP from CPP. Oh fuck! Right. Yes, I understand. Yes, because is an editor thingy. And then it will remain like this. I mean, we will have two nodes. I was hoping it was nicer, but it's not. We will have two nodes. Hey, we will have two nodes. GG. I mean, it's fine. I have no idea what I'm doing here, by the way. Character movement mode flying. Character movement walking. Didn't we do this already on the... Didn't we do this already on the server side? Why I have to do it again on the client side? What the fuck? I'm doing some weird shit here. I don't know if this is still needed. I mean, I'm setting the replication of the tick component, tick and not tick. Bah. I don't know, maybe this is what is causing all the problems, by the way. But I think the possess can be a better solution. If we feel... Okay, let's see if we can play this animation. Let's see if we can play this animation, boys. Yeah, I think it's useless, right? I don't know why I have it there, but I don't know why. I don't know why. It was probably a test, you know. It was through the million test that I did. There is an issue sometimes that you do a million tests and then you leave the code, you know. You leave the code in the blueprints and then you work on something else, and so you will never fix it. There should be micro robots, small nano robots and micro robots which are actually working for you to clean the code. Okay, do we have the freaking animation? No, we still don't have it. Fuck. Okay, we don't have the freaking animation. Okay. And we got another million errors, like millions. Like, again, player controller ref, again, trying to access none while accessing whatever. A number of player controller ref, yes. Access and none, trying to read property spring arm. Wow. Wow. Yeah, okay, but I mean, they're all the same, basically. Yeah? They're all the same. So he's trying to access two things. He's trying to access spring arm, and he's trying to access the player controller ref, which is a variable that I have on characters to simplify the access, you know, to stuff. My only fear is that this one is inside the animation blueprint or what? This one is, where is this thing? He's trying to access this inside Drifter character, but I don't understand when. Ah, mouse wheel zoom. Probably because we are trying to zoom in and out. Okay. So whenever I do this, it's generating a million errors. Yes. Whenever I do the look. Whenever I do this, truk. No, it's not doing it. Okay, GG. The problem is that it seems that we cannot. Wait, because I'm not in that view. Okay, let me try now. Truk. No, it's not doing. Warning: no owning connection for actor. Gameplay debugger category replicator. Function set server enable will not be processed. What the fucking means? But my only problem is that now, I mean, why we are not setting the proper animation? Why the animation is not playing? Why the animation is not playing? So we are going on the rider, right? And we are getting the PS controller of the rider. And in theory, we are calling this. Now, this is called on the client side. So I should see, apart from these errors, I should see the two printout, because we had two printout, right? Which was like riding something. So those printouts should be there, I think. No. Why is not here? Maybe because it's server side. No, huh? It means that we didn't reach. It means that we didn't reach that blueprint. We didn't reach that blueprint. That's super strange, though. It's like we didn't call that function. Or the function is getting called on the wrong character, but I don't think so. Because otherwise it would crash, like crash before. They were saying PS controller doesn't exist, right? Or this cast is failing. Or this cast is failing. Very likely. Okay, let's try to see which character we get, okay? Because maybe we don't get the right character here, I don't know. I mean, we should, because we do the thingy that we want to do, but riding animation, and then we print out the name of this guy, right? And then cast failed, we print out riding cast failed 1, and then here we print out riding cast failed 2, because for some reason we should arrive here, but we never arrive here. Setting is riding. You say this one, it seems is never happening. But by the way, is this playing an animation or is it not playing an animation? What the fuck? This thing is not doing anything for us. What? Ah no, it's set. Ah wait. It's setting this variable, which is riding. On the target animation instance. Okay, so this is probably what is doing the animation, right? So this is playing the animation through the animation on the anim BP. So this is what is doing the riding transition. Okay. But yeah, something happens here, and one of those checks is actually failing. Okay, but I think we did some progress, boys, huh? I think I'm gonna go eat, maybe. I don't know. I want to do this last test, then I'm gonna eat. But I think we did some good progress. At least we investigated the different options. And this option, I think I will deep dive on this one. I will continue, you know, to modify the code a bit and see if it's a feasible option. So I will continue to change, you know, the PS controllers and the PS pawn and see how much the system breaks. If it doesn't break too much, I think we can use this solution. Right? I mean, I would like to see this animation playing, which will, you know, just certify that the thing is working, but the animation is not playing. Okay, well, there are a number of million errors, but so probably that's why. But riding animation, drifter character, you see, is doing it on the wrong one. Yeah. I think is but how is possible? Wait. Let me check the log in a better way. So server side we don't print anything, right? We print only client side, because here is going to client side, and then client side we do this cast, and in theory we are printing this riding animation with the name of the thing. Okay. Or if we cast fail, so we can search riding on the client side and we will see riding. Okay, riding animation. Fuck, drifter character. No. No, 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 no. We are calling the animation on the drifter. No, 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 no. I mean, I said rider. Okay, so our function doesn't work yet for some reason. So this get PS controller is actually not... wait. Get PS controller. Receive riding animation, right? Now, if we have a mount, get PS controller is doing what? If we have a mount, we return the mount of the PS controller. Yes. Yes. But then... Yeah, okay, this is good. This is correct. Okay, this is correct. In fact, we get a PS controller. But then when we are inside this PS controller and we do get PS character, right? Get PS character. This one should check if we have the rider. And seems that the rider is not being set then. Because get PS character should get... right? Get PS character. Get PS character. Come on. 1 million functions, boys. Get PS. Fuck. No. Wait. Is it? Okay, get PS character is doing. So we are on the right player controller, right? We are on the right player controller, which is associated to the mount at the moment. We do get pawn, right? And we are checking if that pawn has a rider. Probably I set it after. Fuck. Do I set it after, boys? Do I set it after? No, I'm not setting it after because I'm setting the rider inside this one, inside set mount, I think, right? Yes, we do mount, set rider. We do mount, set rider this. Exactly. And set rider is doing rider equal to new rider. Exactly. Because we didn't replicate it. We don't have it on the client. We don't have it on the client. Is null. Is null. Is null. Is null. Is null, fuckerinos. Is null. Is null. So or we add it as a parameter here and we do this call server side because this is server side, or we pass to this or we pass to this the actual pawn, which probably is a better idea, right? So that we do receive writing animation. But yeah, but that would be a big issue everywhere. Eh? Everywhere when we are doing the mistake, like now I did, to call this function from the client, this one will not work in case of mounts. That is what I said before, right? I said let's avoid to replicate, and this will return null. And so I should never use it in case blah blah blah, right? So that's exactly why. So I mean, we can add right? We can add a get PS character here if we want. And we can pass it as a parameter. I don't know what is better though from the logical point of view. From the logical point of view, here we are saying, "Hey, PS controller, can you play the animation?" I mean, passing in again the character of this controller sounds a bit odd, you know? I mean, you already told him that you want it here. No, I think it's a bad idea, yeah. Here it looks like shit, so I would not do it. I think where we can do it is here, okay? Because here we can say, oh, server side, we know that our animation is... I mean, we know that we need a PS character to be cast on this guy, and so this guy will have an additional parameter. And the problem is that if I need to change all the calls like that, oh my god, becomes insane. Becomes insane. But anyway, this will be like target character or whatever, right? And this will be an APS character, PS character, whatever. And this will go here. And now... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We have a million lines, boys. We have a million lines. We have a million lines. What the fuck? Okay. I think I fixed it. What was this? Print string, cast node failed. Wait. We need a bit more space. I'm going crazy, yeah? Crazy. Okay. It's already better. Do we need to go here? Yes, we need to go here. This is just a temporary print, but... Okay, so we basically resolve the character, you know, whatever character it is on the server side, then we jump on the client side, and on the client side we do the thing with our character, okay? Now, I don't know if this method is the best, because this basically requires us to change many of this to be... Drum roll. Yeah, I think it could be the good one. It could be the good drum roll, because maybe it will work and finally I can have dinner at 10 p.m. All of this to give you proper mounts, boys, eh? I mean, all this work to give you proper mounts. I hope you are happy in case it works. If it doesn't work, you can also complain, but... All this mess to give you proper mounts. Okay. Okay. Summon the pet. Hello, pet. Fuck. Didn't work. He's not animating shit. Okay. But wait. But we have a million printout, so... I think we can see something, right? We can see something. Riding animation. Okay, okay, this is good. Riding animation, clear as F. Okay, so now the character is the right one. Right? The character is the right one. The character is the right one. But then we have an issue, which I don't know what is it. Accessed none, trying to read property, dynamic cast, APS character. What? What do you mean? What do you mean? Which dynamic cast? This one? Which dynamic cast is complaining about? Dynamic cast as PS character BP. What? I passed the variable or not? I passed the variable, right? I passed it. Can we check that this is not happening on the server side? But no, because we print it out. So we print it out, and so this cast for sure. I mean, I can double check, but for sure this string didn't print out, right? In fact, it didn't print out. So we passed this cast. We got our Kleros, right, or Klyros. And then we use this, we print it out, and it's actually printed out properly. Then we do this cast to an MVP, and this is not giving an error, right? This is not giving an error because otherwise we will see writing cast fail. Writing cast fail too. No, because we are passing the one that is on the server side, and on the server side it doesn't have the animation. What do you mean? What do you mean? Really? No, because I'm stupid. Look at this line. Look at this line, boys. Look at this line and tell me if I'm not stupid. Look at this line. Fuck. Okay. Okay, I'm chilling out. Okay, I'm chilling out. Welcome to speech recognition. What do you want? I didn't press that. But this line, you see this line is obviously broken. This line will never work. This line needs to go like this. And that is why it's not working. So you can do the drum roll again. And now I think it will work. Drum roll? Okay, let me see. Compile, save. Yeah, because that line was going through that line was going through client and server, by the way. So it was a line between client and server of a variable that was impossible to replicate that way. I think you should always have ref2 character, and then you don't have to worry about mount and mount. Get PS character, always return character. Get mount, always return mount. Get character, always return character. No. No, because we are going through the player controller, which sometimes he has one, sometimes he has the mount, and sometimes he has the character, so I cannot do that. It will never work, I think. A new drum roll, eh? A new drum roll. Drum roll. Drum roll. Okay, now is the time. Okay, I see him that he has the right animation. I see him. Oh. Now, you may argue the animation is bad, but that's another problem, okay? You may argue the animation sucks, but at least now our character is correct. Yay, we can run around, yay! And we see it from another client, so we are like, you know, proving for, then we have to fix the camera. Then I have to fix the camera. And get character, get mount. Let me think to what Gion said. So you are saying that I can have get character. No, but you know, the problem is that on the client, I don't have the right pointer anymore. So I need to do this on the server side, right? That's the only way. I have to think a bit how I can maybe simplify the graph, but maybe I just move it all to C++ because this thing on the client side anyways, on the blueprint is stupid. But anyway, it works. So the good news is that it works. Now the bad news is that there is a lot of monkey work to do. You remember monkey work? We had an icon for monkey work. Is it still there or not? Monkey. Ah, it's still here, eh? Monkey work. Monkey work. Look. Doing some monkey work, porting code. Yes, this was when I was porting like hundreds of lines of code. I mean, thousands of lines of code. When was that? When was that image? Let's check. 2018. March 2018. We were young. We were young. We were young, boys. We were young. Okay, so now if I look at the other guy, yes, he's not rep notify. Fuck me. Okay, so there is another problem, which is the rep notify of the animation. So now here it doesn't show, but that's another problem. Is easy. We will fix it. And by the way, I think it looks beautiful if he's standing on top of the drifter. I think it's really nice that he's standing on top of the drifter. Now we still have exactly the same issue when... maybe not. I don't know. I think it still looks like shit, by the way. I mean, it doesn't look smooth. I don't know, it's because I have maybe the editor, the server, 2 clients, you know, the streaming, the whatever, the Visual Studio running. But it doesn't look smooth on this side. I mean, it looks smooth when it's going straight. I am the king of the drifters. I am the king and the master of all the drifter. Listen to me. Okay, I will. But when he's like rotating, can I make this window smaller? Yes, I can. Can I make this window bigger? Yes, I can. Can I still move? Yes, I can. You see, when I go like left, right, it's very abrupt. But it is just a matter of this character following. I mean, there is no smoothing, like, so it's like immediate change of direction, but that's another problem. I mean, it's not caused by what we did, right? Okay, I think it's good. I think it's good. I think it's good. I think it's okay. I mean, it's not great, but we tested that the possess works. Now, if I right click, right? If I right click on this guy, now that he's very tall, I can click on him. And if I click on this guy, I can click on him, right? So actually, you know what I can try to do? I can try to mount as well with this other character, lol. It's saying you cannot mount Rivnak as is not yours. Thank God I didn't allow the code to mount with 2 people. But yes, I can click on this guy and I can, you know, trade with this guy. But now I think it will not work because the trade code is not... Yeah, the trade code is not. And so now we will fail miserably. Yes, the trade is not coming to this character for the reason that the trade is another message that should be converted with our get PS controller and get PS char. Right? Okay, boys, I think it was a good session. I think I'm gonna go. Do we want to raid someone? I don't know if we are enough people. No, everyone is on YouTube. We have only 2 people on Twitch. PT. Okay, it's fine. We will not raid anyone. It is okay. Why this window is going so weird? I have no idea. But this window is suffering a bit. Because it was out of the... I don't know. Okay, guys, thanks for watching. We will see each other tomorrow. If you want to click on follow on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube, would be nice. Also, if you want to check our Patreon site, is patreon.com/planeshift. Unfortunately, I didn't post a lot of videos recently. I didn't post... the last post, I think, was the release on the 10th of November. And before that, yeah, I posted a bit, but... I didn't make a new post. If I have the time, I will try to do it. But anyway, if you want to be a Patreon, it's very appreciated. And in general, it's nice if you just follow us here on Twitch or on YouTube. and you test the game, because the game needs more testing, boys. We have a lot of bugs listed, but we need more. We need more bug fixing. Yeah, with that I'm going to dinner, and then I'm playing some video games, probably Dota. And see you tomorrow. Bye bye.